Hello, and what is going on, everybody? Got a new mic today, so I may sound a little bit more clear than normal. Hopefully I sound okay. I just kind of threw up the stream real quick. I got back recently, been away, and as soon as I walked through the door, I started seeing tornado warnings showing up, and we got something right here immediately that I'm going to talk about. We are in northwestern Arkansas. We are near Clarksville, Arkansas. This is near I-40 in Clarksville. We have a storm that just passed over I-40 near Knoxville, just passed right over Knoxville, Arkansas. This storm is heading northeast at about 35 miles an hour, 8 miles southeast of Clarksville, Arkansas. This storm is tornado warned right now. It's showing a lot of rotation. I am willing to say this is probably on the ground right now. There's a tornado most likely on the ground near Knoxville, heading towards Scottsville, Hector, Dover, State Route 7, heading north from I-40 in Arkansas. This county is Pope County. If you live in Pope County, if you live in southeastern Johnson County, if you live in Van Buren County, Arkansas, you need to get to shelter immediately. There's most likely a tornado on the ground. I don't think it's been confirmed yet, but to me right now, this really looks like a tornado on the ground. You have a severe rotation right here and reflectivity, a lot of movement in this, in the velocity. I'm going to switch over here to show a little bit of a better velocity. And so there's a lot of velocity right in this area. So reds are moving away from the radar this direction, greens are moving towards the radar this direction. And there's a lot of rotation here. This is the CC, so this is how we're going to find a debris ball. If there's a debris ball, there's a lot of I think, hail.
Severe thunderstorm warning
in this general area right here. And then right here we have this, our inflow notch that's coming in. And right in this circle, right in the center of rotation, there's a little bit of a correlation drop, which usually indicates that there's a debris signature. When there's a debris signature, that means there's most likely a tornado on the ground. So that's what I'm seeing right here. Again, this is in Johnson County, Pope County, Van Buren County. You're in the path, and we're talking about Arkansas, northwestern Arkansas, sorry. Searcy County, towns that are in the way, Smyrna, Hector, Scottsville, Dover, you're all in this path. On down the line is Denard or Dennard in Van Buren County, Scotland. You're in the path. Clinton, you are in the path of this storm. Keep an eye out, guys. This is a serious storm. I think this one is going to get confirmed as a tornado. We also have two other tornado warnings up here in northeastern Arkansas. Clay County, you have a tornado warning. Randolph County also looks like that's the county line right there. So it looks like it's all in Clay County except for the southern part in Greene County. It's difficult for me to tell right now. I looked at it a while ago, but it's really hard for me to see if there's a tornado on the ground. I'm looking for the closest. Let's get rid of these county names. It's a little crazy. I may have to go to Paducah radar here. Let's see here. So we got two different storms. It's really hard for me to tell from this angle if there's anything going on in those storms. I think those are mainly just precautionary warnings. I think we actually do have something going on in northwestern Arkansas, though we just saw that. I'm going to have to take intermediate breaks. I am dog sitting again today, so I'm going to have to take intermediate breaks and go take care of her. We just got her settled in, and so I may have a few minutes here just to kind of briefly go over the situation that's progressing in Arkansas right now. These things are just popping up, though. Again, this storm near Knoxville, this is a serious storm, and anybody in the Knoxville, Arkansas area, the Dover, Scottsville, Hector area, if you're in Pope County, Arkansas, you need to be in a shelter in the lower innermost part of your building, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, and do it now. Do it absolutely right now. There is most likely a tornado on the ground heading northeast away from Knoxville at about 35 miles an hour. Oh man, that was quick. It's super fast. I think it's still on the ground. It's wrapping around pretty hard, but Scottsville, if it does get to you, you're talking about 15 minutes. Smyrna, we're talking about anywhere between around 40 minutes. Around 40 minutes. Smyrna, you will get, if you're watching this, you will get a tornado warning before this thing gets too close to you, though, because you're out of tornado warning right now. But if it keeps it up, you'll get a nice warning before then. So I am going to let this one play out. I'm going to load some old files. We'll let this one play out for a minute. Just see what we got. The hook on that thing is mean. It's like super cloud. May block itself off though. It's got like this really nice inflow notch right here. Before we do this, let's see. Do I have my 3D set up? I want to see what this thing looks like on 3D. Do I have it set up still? Okay. Well, you can kind of see it. There you go. Now you can kind of see our 3D imagery there in the bottom. What three-dimensional picture of our storm looks like. And here we're starting out great. So when we're talking about inflow notches, we're talking about this cave right here. So we have this is our area of rotation back here. This is like a big funnel cloud coming down. There's my dog, if you can hear her licking around and jumping around. So here's our area of rotation back here. This is kind of your wall cloud hanging down, and as it wraps around, it brings in all this clean air, and it wraps it up, and that's what this notch where you don't see anything is. And this is in 3D representation. This is what you might see if there was no crazy rain or anything. That's a giant notch. That is actually a crazy inflow notch right there. That is a cavern right there. It's just pulling in air like crazy. So I think that's telltale sign that this has some severe rotation. It's wrapping up. Still got some sort of either heavy precipitation or debris or something serious in the middle of that rotation. I would venture to say that it's probably debris. If it's not on the ground right now, I think it definitely was. That's my non-meteorologist professional opinion, that it probably was on the ground. So we're gonna let this thing kind of play out for a minute, and I'm gonna go see what the dog needs. And I'm gonna put a storm tracker up actually. Tracker storm, this is where it's at, that's where it's gonna be. These notches are 15 increment notches. So it goes out to an hour. So there's where it is now. We got 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and an hour. We'll put up your county names there so you can kind of get an idea where you're at. And KLZK Little Rock, Arkansas. That is correct on the screen. I just wanted to make sure that was correct. Everybody can see where we're at. All right, I'm gonna change this back to 0. Nope, wrong one. 0. Cool. All right, I'll be right back. You're likely to hear my dog. You're likely to hear my dog bouncing around here. I don't know if I can get scooted up here. Ooh. All right, there we go. Now you should be able to hear me a little better. There's the dog sniffing the mic. Okay. Sitting in my lap now. This thing's still doing something. Oh, now she's going. This thing's still doing something, guys. There's a lot of craziness. This is a lot of gunk going on here. A lot of rotation still in this storm. Still a nice hook. Weird looking hook. It's not as clean as some, really developed tornadoes are, but it's definitely it indicates a tornado. So it's a serious threat. I can't really say for sure there's still a tornado on the ground. I think for sure there was. I think Knoxville, I wasn't here for it. I don't think we were streaming whenever it came through there, but it looks like it put down right on top of Knoxville, Arkansas. And I think you have a tornado there. I think you got a tornado there. I think you got a nice tornado. This is probably the strongest point just off to the northeast of Knoxville, Arkansas. And it kind of weakens up and it may lift there. We may have been lifted, but it's just like really chaotic right now. I don't know. I would not mess with this storm though. That was some high velocities that I just saw in that last frame. I feel like whenever you start getting these, so these are like there's no data in these pixels, and it's a lot of times that indicates it actually is too strong and doesn't get a good reading. So whenever the Mayfield tornado came through, there was a lot of missing velocity data because the storm was so strong, and the same for some of the previous tornadoes that have been extremely strong. Where these two meet up right here, that's some strong velocities there. Talking about a delta of basically 100 miles an hour, which is radar indicated velocities. So pretty strong rotation still going on there. That's well up in the air. That's not on the ground. That's up in the atmosphere. So, the radar site we're looking at is pretty far away. So it's looking at the storm over the horizon. So it's looking high up at it. So if you got that high up in the air, I don't know how high up that would be, but if you got strong rotation like that, I would say you probably got something on the ground. If not strong damaging winds, you got a hell core, so you're probably getting hell backside of this thing in that downdraft. So definitely take shelter, guys. If you're in Scottsville, Hector, if you're in Smyrna, I would go ahead and get in a shelter. Start thinking about what you're doing. A trailer, a single wide trailer, even a double wide trailer. That's not the place to be during a tornado warning. So if you're in a single wide or double wide, if you're in Smyrna, start thinking about your neighbor's house. You don't got a tornado shelter. Find somewhere that has a basement. Find a sturdy structure. Get in the lower innermost part of a sturdy building. Get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Closets. Interior closets are great under stairs if you got a bathroom. There it goes. That was, if you saw the that tornado warning, just the outlines got thicker. So that is a confirmed tornado. So at 5:26, so 2 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located near Broomfield, Arkansas, or 14 miles north of Russellville, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This was a weather spotter confirmed tornado, which is great. That is, I mean, it's not great that we have that, but it's great that we have the spotter network guys out here. We got a lot of guys right here. It's great that we have these guys who are willing to go out there and put themselves in the line of fire, literally, to get this data and can confirm these tornadoes. So a lot of guys put themselves in great position to see this storm and confirm it for us. So we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground here in Polk County, Arkansas, north of Russellville. This thing's moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, again heading for Smyrna in Polk County, heading for Van Buren County, Denard, Leslie, Marshall in Van Buren and Searcy County, Whit Springs. You all are all in the path of this thing, so be prepared for this. Even if this tornado lifts, you could still have something that comes back down later on. If you have a storm that's this intense, it's likely that it could pick something back up and put it back down later. But right now we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. These still are just warnings. So these are in Clay County, in northeastern Arkansas. This is right in that tri-state, quad-state area, right near that the hoof, as I call it, of Missouri, near the Arkansas-Missouri border, right up in that notch. There's two storms that are tornado warned. The one that's passing into Missouri, the guys over in Missouri are handling that with a severe thunderstorm warning instead, so it looks like that storm may be a little bit less of a concern at this point. You're looking at 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. And the larger storm of the two, the southernmost storm in Clay County, which is heading towards Piggott, Pollard, St. Francis, Campbell, and Missouri. All of those regions will be impacted by that storm. It's a tornadic thunderstorm is what they say. This storm, it just had radar indicated rotation. Those storms are moving northeast at 40 miles an hour.
Randolph County in eastern Arkansas.
Now let's jump back down here.
Northwestern Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas.
I didn't have my headphones up. I don't know what that said. I just cut the last little bit of it. So the one tornado warning got canceled. We got a large tornado warning there that's going to pop up any second. It's right here in Randolph County and in Lawrence County near Walnut Ridge, Arkansas. This storm is going tornado warned. Looks like to me. There it is. All right. So this tornado warning right now is for, like I said, is for Lawrence County, Randolph County, near Walnut Ridge, Pocahontas, Imboden, Black Rock, College City, in that big circle between 67, 62, 63, that whole area between Lawrence County and Randolph County. You are under a tornado warning. It looks like it might be for these two little cells down here, just to the southeast of Walnut Ridge, Arkansas, in Lawrence County. These storms are heading northeast at 55 miles an hour. So let's get this storm motion going and see if we can see. There's some rotation down there. Do we have, what is the best? Man, this is kind of like in this blank area. I don't know if this is in their range or not. Let's see. Let's get these county names. This is driving me crazy. There's rotation. I don't see any sort, like nothing. It doesn't look like anything crazy, to be honest. But nevertheless, if you're in Walnut Ridge, if you're in College City, if you're in Black Rock, if you're in Imboden, if you're in Pocahontas, if you're all the way up here in Maynard, another tornado warning coming through. Let's listen in.
Tornado warning for southwestern Searcy County in north central Arkansas, northwestern Van Buren County in north central Arkansas, northern Polk County in central Arkansas.
I was reading that, it looks like that went confirmed. So we do have a confirmed tornado for all of those locations. If you're in any of those areas in Lawrence County or Randolph County, northern Arkansas, you should have already been in your safe space, but you need to get your safe space now because we do have a tornado confirmed on the ground. Looks like my weather spotters probably. There's a chance to bring that up. We'll try. Pick that up and see where that is. Because I don't see it. It's hard to tell. It could be right there. That's I in my opinion, that's probably where it's at. I can't really tell. Really difficult to tell. If you're in the Powhatan, Portia, Black Rock area, College City, Impotent, you guys need to be in your safe space right now. You guys need to be in your safe space right now. This is something to take very seriously. Like switched up my mic, so you probably couldn't hear anything I was saying in like the last 20 minutes. What is going on? All right. That sound a little bit better? I bet that sounds a little bit better. All right, so confirmed tornado here in Lawrence County and Randolph County. I don't know if anything I just said in the last few minutes has came through. I didn't have my volume set right. So we're talking about Pocahontas, Hoxie, Lake Charles State Park, Reno, Portia, Biggers, O'Keene, Attica, Powhatan, Ingram, Walnut Ridge, Black Rock, Imboden, College City, Maynard, Lynn, Annieville, Smithville, Middlebrook, and Shannon. All of you guys are in the path of this tornado. This tornado has been confirmed. I'm trying to sit here and figure out which one it is. There's a lot of turbulence going on here right now. I don't know if it's down here in this corner or right here, but either way, I think it's right here. I think that's where it's at. I think it's over Route 25 heading northeast towards Black Rock and Powhatan right now. So all of those areas, you need to be in your safe space right now. Take cover. This is a weird storm. It has been confirmed that there's a tornado on the ground. Now this one down here in Van Buren County, or in Pope County, heading towards Van Buren County, has also been confirmed. And this one looks a little bit more clear about where this tornado is. So we'll go back and look at it and see what it's doing. Still got a lot of rotation. Still has a nice inflow notch. I'm not seeing as much of a debris ball signature anymore as I was earlier, I felt like. But there's still a hook. Just a weird looking hook now. This thing is heading for Smyrna. I've said this a lot already, but it's heading for Smyrna. If you are in Smyrna, if you're in northeastern Pope County or Van Buren County in Arkansas, you need to be in your safe space right now. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. Get in a closet if you have to. Bathroom closets, underneath stairs, anything like that is a great place. Bring a couple pillows, put them over your head for falling debris. If you have a basement, get in your basement. If you have a storm shelter, obviously, don't even listen to me. Go to your storm shelter right now. Don't even worry about this. Just go to your storm shelter and ride this thing out. Nice breakout of storms here, guys. This is not looking too good. Man. This thing near Smyrna, I do not like the way that thing looks at all. Real quick, we're going to throw it over and just take a look at the actual tornado watch area. So this is using our nation radar. So this is what's going on in the entire region right now. The reason I don't use this on a regular basis is because it's not as detailed. So if you were taking a look at that last image, this is that Smyrna tornado. So this is that. And then we'll compare it. Give me just 1 second here. and we'll compare it and see what the two radars look like, and you'll see why I use one. So this is the same storm, right? And of course you got the big pink background, but if you look at the details of the storm, it's much easier to see all this crazy detail right here in this hook. I mean, this hook is clearly defined. So this is one. It's two different types of radar. The one is a composite style of radar. It's used for the whole nation. You know, I mean, this we got this sort of zoom level. It's just an overview that I use. It also provides us with our new audible warnings. So when those warnings come through, that is actually, I used to manually play those warnings. I would copy the NWS. When it comes through, I'd copy it over to a text reader. I'd play an audio and play the text. And it would come through as a delay. But now they come through automatically and immediately through this program. This is a Gibson Ridge product. It's great. Anyway, the light pink shaded area is your tornado watch area. Of course, our boxes are the same that we've been looking at in those three different storms. So this is kind of the general area. The information for these tornado watches is at the bottom of the screen there in that text that scrolls through. If you haven't noticed that yet, that's your tornado watch information for the rest of the evening. If they do update it, I should get a notification, so I should be able to switch that over for us. But as of right now, that was updated about, I don't know, when I started the stream. How long have I been streaming now? 36 minutes. So that was correct and updated as of 36 minutes ago, and I don't think anything's really dramatically changed since then for the watches. Of course, the warnings are going through and they're constantly changing. But this is kind of the area of the U.S. here. If I zoom out, the pink shaded area is your tornado watch area for the evening. That's where all the tornadoes are currently right now. And yeah, so that's what that's looking at. So we'll switch it back over here to the, I call it the GR2. You'll see that written a lot of times whenever I have to leave for work. I'll leave this national radar up. I'll kind of zoom out to an overview point so you can get a good view of everything. And then I may leave the radar that we have been using, this one right here, I may leave it up for a very specific spot and put it down in the corner or something so you can see more detail in some spots. That is rapping hard, man. This storm has some serious rotation. It's not something to take lightly. Times, we're talking about a track of 30 minutes to Leslie, Arkansas. May shoot the gap between Big Flat and 56. Alco and Landis looking like it's shooting the gap. But Leslie, right now, according to the warning track, you guys are taking a direct hit from this thing, and it is not looking good. This thing looks like it's trying to wrap up and put down something serious. So please, if you are in Leslie right now, you need to take shelter immediately. If you're in Leslie, Arkansas, north of Clinton in in Searcy County, Arkansas. If you were in Leslie in Searcy County, Arkansas, you need to take shelter immediately. If you were in Dennard in Van Buren County, Arkansas, you need to take shelter immediately and stay in the shelter until you know for sure the storm has passed. Smyrna, you may get passed up here. You are underneath some crazy downdrafts right now, but you may get passed up. You may get spared if this thing is on the ground right now. Stay in your shelter for just a little while longer. Give it another 10 or 15 minutes. You may just get through this one. You live in South Smyrna, you're getting it right now. I really hope you're not. But that's the way it looks. That's the way it looks. This thing is getting serious, guys. I'm going to leave the storm track up here just a little ahead of where it's at now so we can kind of just keep that all on our heads. I'm going to let it play for a second. I'm going to go check on the dog real quick, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. So I'm not entirely sure how long this stream's going to last, but this storm seems like it may be trying to give up a little bit in the last couple of scans that I've seen. It's not something to just assume it's not going to be a tornado anymore, because it still could be on the ground. So everything that we've said previously for Searcy and Van Buren County, Leslie, Denard, Flag, Timbo, Marshall, all you guys, stay in your shelters. Smyrna may have just got spared. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. Let's hope that's not a tornado on the ground right now. But I'm going to take this opportunity, since I don't know how long this stream will be up, to just briefly talk about what you're looking at on this radar. I do this every time, and I keep meaning to put this new video out, kind of explaining this, so everybody can understand what you're looking at. It looks complicated. It's really not. So real briefly, we'll start with the top left. Most people should be familiar with what this looks like. It's a standard weather radar that anybody can see on the local news. If you have a weather radar app, you're going to see something like this. A lot of times it's smoothed out, looks something a little bit more like that. I don't generally smooth it. I know it looks more pixelated, but it actually retains more data. It looks better the other way, but I want to get as much data as possible. All this does is it takes the radar beams that's The radar sends out beams. It hits water droplets, snow, ice, debris in the air. It bounces back. Based on the signature that comes back, and it can tell how dense those particular particles are, and also how large they are. And so what the top left, we call it reflectivity. So if you ever hear anybody say weather radar reflectivity or whatever, this is what they're talking about. All this is it's a measure of how dense or how the most, so the tallest parts of the storm, the downdrafts, the updrafts, where the core of the storm is going to have the darker colors. On the left here is the scale, so you can see those pink areas. That's where you're going to get the most rain, the hail. That's kind of the core of the storm. The tornadoes don't live in the core of the storm. They live outside of the core, and they drag the core around. As you can see, we have a hook. Let's get a little bit of a better picture here. There was a nice one before. This is, I mean, all these back here. This is a really nice hook echo through this whole thing. So core kind of lives up here, and you on the back side of this cell, you have a tornado that's pulling all this juice, wrapping it around, and then it also has, it's yin yang. So you have the precipitation on this side, on the north and the rear, and then the front flanking is this inflow notch of clean air. And so if we see this thing in 3D, we could probably see that. Yeah, so ignore this junk over here. Underneath this thing, you can see our 2D radar image popping up there. And so this general area right here is where the tornado's at. It doesn't go all the way to the ground. That's just the way that this 3D imagery works. So let's see if we can get something a little bit more. It's possible that you could see it. It's possible that this is it right here. I don't know what this is. But anyway, the point of showing you this is showing, if you can get kind of a little bit more, there's sort of this cave right here, and that's the inflow notch, all that clean air coming around, and then you have all this backside precipitation coming in. New tornado warning. Let's listen in here.
Tornado warning for southwestern Stone County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, northern Van Buren County in north-central Arkansas, northeastern Pope County in central Arkansas.
So that's an extension. That's an extension of the tornado warning that we're looking at right now. So if we fast forward this, there's our updated tornado warning. I didn't mean to put that back in 3D. So this thing has kind of done some weird stuff in the last few minutes while we've been talking. Kind of had a separate hook storm, and it's kind of merged with a storm below it, which a lot of times can interfere with inflow and updrafts and rotation. It still has rotation. I'm going to pull up our little red box here, and it'll center it. It has rotation right there. Right there. That's our center of rotation, right in the middle of that big yellow blob, which sometimes happens. One thing I was about to mention about hook echoes is that they're not always present. They probably exist within the storm, but sometimes you have like this other stuff. Like there's still technically a hook there, but you have all this other junk that's around it that's kind of just masking it off. So our next important panel here is the one on the top right. These two on top of each other, I kind of use them together, and they both are velocities. So when a radar sends out its beam, here's the radar center. This is just kind of interference. Some cloud things, as you get closer to the radar, it picks this stuff up. Reds move away from the radar, and greens move towards the radar. So it can tell the speed at which it moves towards the radar, and the direction, like if it's moving towards or away, and how fast it's moving towards or away. And so what happens is you have this whole storm system right here. This whole thing is moving away from the radar, this direction, you know, away in distance from a radar at an angle. But when you have a rotation in a storm, some of that air is moving towards the radar at some point. So this westerly part of this rotation is moving down, and that actually makes it move towards the radar And so that's how we can see rotation, is that we have this whole red blob and then we have this area of green. And that means this general area right here is rotating in a counterclockwise direction. This is what we call storm relative velocity. So this is just regular velocity. This is storm relative velocity. So what this tries to take into account using tracking and warnings. So the warnings give us direction and speed. I can tell the program this storm is moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, and it tries to cancel that out. And so what it should do is anything that's not rotating independently of the storm, so if the air is just moving the same speed as the entire storm system's moving, it'll put it in gray. And gray is, if you see here, gray is 0. So we're trying to make it to where it's not moving, and then all of the parts of the storm that move differently than the direction of the storm, the average, those show up more. So this general area right here, we have rotation as the greens move towards, reds move away, clockwise rotation. So that's how we can find rotation in a thunderstorm. When we have severe rotation in a thunderstorm, that's bad news if you're not looking for a tornado. Over here we have what we call correlation coefficient. So what this does is it actually, like I said earlier, it can see the size of the droplets that it's bouncing off of the radar. And so it takes a look at all the sizes of all the returns and it compares them and it says, are all of these alike, or is there some weird different things? And so when you have a tornado that touches the ground and it starts throwing up people's roofs and trees, those are a lot bigger than raindrops. And so it says the correlation coefficient, there's not a correlation here. These things are way too big, and the correlation goes down to 0. Because when it's maroon, or as you see up here, maroon, the correlation is nearly 100%, which means all these raindrops are pretty much the same size. And then you throw a brick into it, and it's like, that is not the same size at all. They don't correlate. That's 0%. And so what you'll have is you'll have a big ball of black and blue and gray, and that normally indicates there's a debris ball. If you have rotation up here, if you have severe rotation, if you have a hook, and all of this happen in the same location, and then you can look down here and there's a ball of black and blue, you've got a tornado on the ground. So that's why we use 4 panels. It looks confusing. It's really not that bad. Once you get to know what you're looking for, it's not that bad. Other things that we can use is we can use ZDR, which takes a look and it helps us find updrafts, columns of air moving upwards that are lifting water droplets into the air, holding them, suspending them. That creates hail. Updrafts are also where you're going to find your tornadoes. So tornadoes are actually just extremely strong updrafts, where the pressure's dropping, the air that's moving into the updraft. As updrafts happen, it pulls that air upwards and it lowers the pressure, and it wants to pull more air upwards because the pressure is lower, and they start to spin. And a tornado is basically just a giant column of air moving upwards into the sky. And so ZDR, the higher you get into these reds and these pinks and whites, which exist right here, we have a pretty strong updraft right here, or a lot of hail. That helps you find hail cores. This is, or I just call it our SW. It helps us find turbulence, things like that. But I normally leave it on the storm relative velocity. So sometimes it's, especially when you get further away from the radar, using the standard velocity to find this, it's not so easy. And so I like to have them both up just in case one of them makes it more difficult to see velocity than the other one. Especially if we don't have a tornado warning to tell us what, this storm is moving this direction, this speed. If I don't have a warning already and I'm trying to find rotation, I'm going to try to use this right here to find it. If this one's not working, I'm going to try to make this one work. So I leave these up because velocity is so important in finding tornadoes. So right now we're stuck with 3 tornado warnings, 2 of which are confirmed. Let's move back up to Pocahontas. So we're going to switch over here to KNQA in Memphis, Tennessee, to take a look at Randolph and Lawrence counties, where we had a confirmed tornado earlier today, and it looks like there still might be something there just west of Pocahontas. So keep an eye out for that, guys. It's very difficult to tell. I may try Paducah, see what Paducah sees. A little bit farther away. That Pocahontas County and Lawrence County, those areas are very difficult to see. Paducah is not seeing anything over there. So I'm just going to switch back over to KLZK. I can't provide you with a lot of information on that Randolph County, other than it was a tornado that was confirmed. It looks like right now, though, so we had a new tornado warning for Leslie and Dennard and Flag, which you guys should take seriously and get into your safe spaces, as I've been saying for the last little bit. But the new tornado warning that was issued is no longer confirmed. So we have an old tornado warning here in the thick black outline, which indicates that it was confirmed either through the National Weather Service using the methods we just talked about, or it was confirmed via Weather Spotter, which I believe it was. So yes, it was. It was a damaging tornado reported, confirmed by weather spotters. That was at 5:52, so that was a little while ago. They since issued a new tornado warning, which doesn't have those thick black outlines, which means that since then there has been no more reports of a confirmed tornado since they issued the new warning. So it has not been confirmed as being still on the ground or back down on the ground. I'm seeing still a lot of rotation. You guys can see that too in the method. Same way we just talked about. Two different sources there showing we have rotation, which is centered right there, right at the edge of that hook. There's still a drop in correlation, which could be just produced by damaging winds. But it also could be produced by a tornado on the ground, and there may just not be anybody around to see it. Anybody in the area knows, excuse me, that it's getting dark right now. So it's going to be very difficult to confirm a tornado. More and more difficult than it was earlier, because it's just now getting dark. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm going to let it play out for a minute. I'm going to take another quick break. And I'm going to load up some old frames just so you guys can see that whole thing play out. Again, Leslie, Dennard, Flag, Alco, Rock Springs. You guys are all on the path. Take cover immediately. Immediately.
Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, southern Delaware County in northeastern Oklahoma, southeastern Mays County in northeastern Oklahoma, northwestern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma, northeastern Wagoner County in northeastern Oklahoma, northern Cherokee County in east central Oklahoma. Tornado warning for Stone County in north-central Arkansas, Izard County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Baxter County in north-central Arkansas. Tornado warning for northwestern Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, east central Izard County in north central Arkansas, northwestern Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas, Sharp County in north central Arkansas. Tornado warning for northeastern Boone County in north central Arkansas. Tornado warning for western Ozark County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Taney County in southwestern Missouri. Tornado warning for Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, northwestern Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas, east central Sharp County in north central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Franklin County in west central Arkansas, central Crawford County in northwestern Arkansas. Tornado warning for northern Ozark County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Douglas County in southwestern Missouri.
So I do want to briefly bring this up here real quick. I was just in the other room, heard the warning, and I came here to check it out. And this one actually is confirmed. So this is in Missouri. If you're in Ozark County, Douglas County, or Western Howell County, you're at risk here to get impacted by a tornado. So we have a tornado that's on the ground currently. It is Looks like it's relatively small at the moment. It looks like it was slowing down. So a couple of scans ago, this is where the tornado was. If we kind of hover over this area right there, right in this notch, we have the inflow notch, and then our rain wrapping around. We have our rotation going on here. Oh, what is double up? Rotation. There's a nice updraft, a lot of turbulence. So this is a tornado on the ground. I don't know if it's lifted yet or not. It doesn't look like it. Still looks like there's a small debris signature right here. There still is heavy rotation, so we can't count this thing out. This, like I said, this is in Missouri. We're near Wilhoit, so if you're in Wilhoit, you need to get in your safe space immediately. If you're in Gentryville, if you're in Dora, near Route 14, Route 95, Route 181, Route 5 in Missouri, in Ozark County, in southeastern Douglas County. There's a tornado on the ground heading through the area. It's moving northeast. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour, so it's pretty quick. This is a radar-confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service. Other locations that could be impacted is Bull Shoals Lake, Sundown, Brixie, Noble, Dora, Zenoni, Theodosia, Thornfield, Sycamore, Wilhoit, Rockbridge, and Gentryville. If you're in any of those areas, you need to get in your safe space immediately and take shelter from the storm. You should be underground in a basement if you can. If you can't, you need to get in the lower, most innermost part of your building, away from any windows. Put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, preferably in a closet, a bathroom, underneath a set of stairs, anything like that. Bring pillows and stuff, put over your head, and wait this storm out. Don't come out too early. Don't try to get outside and find this storm. It's nighttime. You're not going to be able to see it. It's just going to show up. So, and like I said, this is not just a precautionary warning. This is a tornado on the ground right now. So we need to treat it as such. Treat all your warnings as such. But the good news is that it doesn't look like we have any major metropolitan areas in the immediate vicinity until we get to places like Willow Springs, which Willow Springs is in the path of this. It's quite a bit out. We're talking about over half an hour out. So provided that this thing does not lift up by then and go away, then we'll talk more about that then. Like I said, we do have areas of rotation which we can see on these two screens where these colors meet. Earlier, this is what I was talking about, where in some cases this storm relative velocity, it's not as easy to see the center of rotation as it is with the regular velocity, which is why I try to keep both of these up. Not everybody does that. I do occasionally, like I did earlier, switch this to our ZDR to find our updraft, see how intense they are. And then I also check for our echo tops. Echo tops is the total height of the storm. So when you see the big clouds rising up and it hits a big anvil top as it reaches a certain height, that's what we're checking for here. We're checking for how high they are. These right here are around 40,000 feet, which is very tall. Indicates there's a lot of moisture present, a big updraft present, and the storm's capable of producing some pretty intense downdrafts, winds, hail, and tornadoes. So that's what we're checking for there. We'll keep this on our velocities so we can find this a little bit easier. I think most of our rotation is in this general vicinity right now, and it looks like there is some sort of turbulence. I think back here, that's an actual debris ball signature right there with that dark blue. The debris ball gets lighter there, and it doesn't mean that it gets less intense. The tornado, it doesn't necessarily mean it gets less intense. It could just be that here it went through some trees, and here it went through a field, and there wasn't a lot of stuff to throw up, or something similar to that. But it does look like it may be winding down, which is the good news. But this was a confirmed tornado. About 10 minutes ago, it was confirmed. Or maybe even after that. Again, this is Ozark County in southeastern Douglas County in southern Missouri. Zoom out here and give you a picture. Whoa, all them county names. There you go. Give you a picture about where we're at here in these pink dots. They're here, of course, here's Missouri. We're in south central Missouri on the border between Arkansas and Missouri. I'm gonna let this thing run out a little bit. Like I said, I think it really feels to me like it's not gonna do anything else. We'll see, but we're just gonna leave this on a they'll all catch up in a second. There you go. So I'm gonna let this thing run like this for a little bit. It'll update automatically, and I think this. Let me just check here. I think this tornado warning is scheduled to expire. Let's see here at 9:15 Central Standard Time, so it's got quite a bit to go. It is 8:40 Central Standard Time right now, so over half an hour left to go before this thing expires, but most likely will be canceled before then, I'd imagine. I'll let this run for a while and try to keep a track on it and see if anything shows up that's too interesting. Most important thing here is that if you're in the Willow Springs area, you need to make sure that you're paying attention. You get your emergency alerts out. If they extend this tornado warning, you want to make sure that you get the warning and that you take all your precautions necessary, including taking shelter immediately in the places that we always talk about here. Lower innermost part of your building, not in a trailer. Don't do it in a trailer. No, people think that's a sturdy structure, but it's not. This right here is directly from the National Weather Service. It says, move to a basement or an interior room on your lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. That's straight from the National Weather Service. Take their advice seriously, guys. This is a serious situation.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Taney County in southwestern Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern Madison County in northwestern Arkansas, northern Franklin County in west central Arkansas, northeastern Crawford County in northwestern Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for Warwick County in southwestern Indiana, northern Spencer County in southwestern Indiana, southern Vanderbilt County in southwestern Indiana, northeastern Henderson County in northwestern Kentucky. Tornado warning for northwestern Ozark County in southwestern Missouri, southeastern Taney County in southwestern Missouri.
All right, new tornado warning here. So two of them on screen right now. I'm going to pull them up. Here is your two areas of rotation. Clearly see them in both cases. This one up here to the top right has been confirmed previously as a tornado on the ground when we were talking about just a little bit ago. Right there, that is where the tornado definitely was on the ground. Since then, it's been kind of back and forth. It's kind of a little iffy on what it's doing. It does have rotation, but if we put our center of screen right in the center of that rotation area, you can see there's really nothing going here on the CC. Now, if we look down here, this is our new tornado warning. Our new tornado warning is right north of Reuter, or however you say it, in Missouri. This is on 160, north of 160, north of Reuter. This is in southern Missouri. We are in Taney County, moving into western Ozark County. So this is the same areas that were just impacted by the previous storm. With the new storm that's coming into view here, it's got a lot of stuff going on here in the CC, which there's nothing really very specific to a debris signature, but there is something specific to heavy precipitation, hail, things like that. As you can see, there's a pretty strong updraft. We have areas of white and pink, which is up on the 6 dB range, which is the most intense that this product is going to show us for updrafts. The rotation is strong. Let's see here. See if we can track this thing. So we're moving, again, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. We are 10 miles north of Diamond City in Arkansas, just north of Reuter, heading into the Long Run area, Thornfield area. If you're in those areas, I know you just had a warning come by with a tornado that was actually on the ground that came by, but you got a new one on the way. So I'm not seeing something on the ground currently. We can kind of put that right in the center rotation and see about where we're talking about in this general area. We don't see a lot on the CC there. We do see a lot on the CC in that surrounding, I don't know if it's a hell shaft or if it's just really a lot of precipitation. But it's a powerful storm. You have a nice tall echo top of 42,000 feet around there. So this is a pretty intense thunderstorm. You also have a severe thunderstorm warning. There are 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Hell, it could do damage to vehicles. That could be expected. Expect wind damages, roof siding, and trees, things like that. If you're in this tornado warning area, though, you need to get in your safe space. You need to get into a safe location. So a safe location is going to be a basement or a tornado shelter if you have that. If you don't have that, you need to be in the innermost part of your a sturdy building. So an interior room in a sturdy building. That doesn't count for trailers or mobile homes. If you're in a mobile home or a vehicle, you need to move to the closest substantial shelter, a solid foundation structure, and protect yourself from flying debris. You can use that with, grab some pillows, grab some blankets, go into a bathroom closet, a closet underneath a set of stairs, the most innermost, lowest part of your building. That put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and get away from any windows. Protect yourself from that flying debris. So yeah, this could be something though. I mean, just because we're not seeing on our radar doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground right now. For all we know, there's one just north of Reuter there. It's really hard to tell. We do have a couple of spots that are suspiciously more indicative of a debris signature than not. But I think most of that rotation is up near Long Run right now. I think this is kind of where the center of rotation is. There's really not a lot going on in that CC, but we can't count it out just yet. Can't count it out just yet. Definitely not. The bad part about this little section of the country is that there's this kind of gap of radar, and it kind of exists down here too, in an area that gets a lot of tornadic activity. So when these tornadoes get into this region, it's once they start moving away from the radar that we are enough to where we can't see as much details, we're gonna have to either start relying on St. Louis or Paducah, Kentucky, and if it goes right in between it, it's gonna be hard to see much detail about it. So, but right now we're in a good situation. I think. I don't think we have something on the ground here. I think we have the potential to have something on the ground here. This one's also going to last till 9:15, along with the other tornado warning, I believe, also expires at 9:15. Let me just read through that real quick. Yep, they are both going to expire at 9:15 Central Standard Time. It would be 10:15 on the time you see at the bottom of your screen, because I leave all that in Eastern Standard Time. That's where I'm located at. That's what I leave it at. I don't change it around to avoid any sort of confusion.
South Central Logan County in western Arkansas, Scott County in western Arkansas.
This. It's not this. There's another one. There it is. Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning there. You heard it. Logan, Scott, Sebastian County. Maybe not Sebastian. Sebastian's the lines right there. But Scott County, all of Scott County. Logan County, you got severe thunderstorm coming through there. We're a little bit too far away on that radar to see how intense it is. But just to read that off to you real quick, that warning will expire at 9:30. You could also expect 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail, damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Get nickel-sized hail, you can also get some nice dents in your car. A couple other severe thunderstorm warnings. A couple of them in Arkansas there, one in Missouri, and then one in Indiana. That big one right there. I'm going to focus back in on these. I think that first storm's really just starting to phase out. There's a nice blue dot right there, though. I don't know what that is. Nothing. That is nothing. And hold on briefly here. I'm going to let that play out. I'm going to check out that severe thunderstorm. That severe thunderstorm in Indiana, just so you all are aware, is going over Evansville right now. I know Evansville is a pretty big area. It's a little late for any sort of warning from us about it because it's kind of through the area now. But if you're northeast of Evansville, if you're in the Booneville area, the Tennyson area, Chandler, Christney, if you're in Santa Claus, Indiana, you could be expecting a severe thunderstorm heading your way. Looks pretty intense up there. Also, if you're in Evansville, you can be expecting that flash flood warning that expires at 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. Caused by this thunderstorm. So, of course, when you see water in the roads, don't drive through it. Don't ever expect that the water is just a couple inches. I don't care how much you know about the road that you're in. It's really important that you don't drive through any sort of standing water if you can't see the bottom. And the reason being is that even though you may know the road well and know there's only a couple inches of water on that road, it doesn't take very much to float your car away, especially if the water is moving very quickly. Also, if you can't see the bottom of the road, it may look like a couple inches of water, but it could also be possible that, and it's happened plenty of times. It happened this year already that water has actually eroded the road underneath, and would be at the level of a couple inches above what you would expect the normal asphalt level to be. But where it's eroded away, it's actually a couple feet, and so suddenly you could be driving on the road, drive over a couple inches of water on flat ground, and then suddenly you're falling into a 2 feet hole and you get dragged away in the river. So it's really important. That old saying is "turn around, don't drown." Very serious. In the area that I'm at least, we get tornadoes and things like that. We've had some F5s in the past. We've had some EF4s. Just recently, we had West Liberty, Kentucky was hit by a pretty severe tornado and destroyed a lot of the town. So it's not like we're out of the tornado danger, but yet still, flash flooding is the #1 killer by severe weather in this area. So it's something to take seriously. It's something not a lot of people take seriously because it's not as exciting as severe weather like tornadoes and thunderstorms, but it is even more deadly. So take it seriously, guys. When you get these severe thunderstorm warnings, these flash flood warnings and flash flood watches, take them seriously. Don't drive through water. Don't be stupid. There's always another way. So just take that with what you will, I guess. All right, so I'm not seeing anything else crazy out of this one, to be honest. There's rotation, but it's not super intense anymore. I think it was. There is our first guy, and here's our second guy. Kind of reaches max intensity back there, and then has been fading out ever since. So I don't think we're going to see a lot out of these anymore. In fact, this warning's still got about 14 minutes left on it, but I think it's going to get canceled before that. And these are our only 2 warnings in the entire country right now. And in fact, I may switch back over and show the entire watch area as a whole. And onto the national radar. And see what new things pop up. There's a lot of new cells that are coming together. One, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning in Midwestern Arkansas. There's some new cells popping up there. I don't know if any of them are going to be super tornadic. The tornadic supercells tend to jump out in front of any sort of rain. So once you've had rain pass through an area, and it gets a lot of moisture in it, but it jacks up the instability. And with that instability in the atmosphere, then you can't really produce crazy updrafts that spawn tornadoes. So although you may get some severe thunderstorms, I'm not entirely for sure that you're going to get really any more crazy tornadoes out of all these new supercells. It's possible, but I think the National Weather Service kind of agrees they've shrunk down the tornado watch area substantially in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so. So real quick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this in a single panel. I'm just going to hit play. I'll let that roll out and get loaded up. And then I'm going to switch it over to our national radar. And you can see that tornado watch area in the pink gets dramatically smaller right there. So we do that storm that did produce that severe thunderstorm warning just now is in that tornado watch area, and probably will remain in that tornado watch area throughout its lifespan as it moves northeast along this track. So it's anybody in this pink is not out of the woods yet. Just like Theodosia there, or however you say that, in southern Missouri saw it had a tornado just north of the town, and is now under a tornado watch again, almost immediately back to back. You're going to get severe thunderstorms that track over themselves throughout the night here. So I'm going to leave it up for a little while. If things just start to die down and we just start getting severe thunderstorm warnings, or even if we, especially if we don't, then we'll probably shut the thing down for the night. If things keep popping up, which they might do, things keep popping up. If new tornado watch is issued out further into Kentucky and Illinois and Indiana, which I don't think it will be, but if it is, then we'll leave the stream going overnight again. There may be a quick restart before I go to bed, and there may also be a quick restart in the morning. And
thunderstorm warning for Ozark County in southwestern Missouri, eastern Douglas County in southwestern Missouri.
So that severe thunderstorm warning is actually over top of the tornadoes that we just were watching. They're in the GR2 radar. You can see it. It's right, and you can also see it in the main radar there, right in the southern border of Missouri. But what I was saying is there may be quick restarts, and the reason is I need to keep it under a certain hour limit in order to archive the footage once I'm done with it. So once the stream ends, the stream will automatically archive onto YouTube, and to make sure that happens, I need to restart the stream every so often. If it goes over 11 hours or around 11 hours, YouTube won't automatically do it. So before I go to work in the morning, if I'm running the stream through the day, then I'm going to restart it. That way it doesn't cross over that point while I'm at work and I can't restart the stream and save it. So anyway, we're going to take another break for a little while until things get going again. If they don't, I'll be back to shut it down later. I'm going to watch some TV and play with the dog, I think. So I appreciate anybody who's come out to watch. Share this with some people. I've also got an Instagram account, of course, under TVS Weather with the same logo you see at the bottom of your screen. I post updates a lot when we have severe weather. I don't do a lot of just normal forecasting or anything unless it's something special. I really try to focus on severe weather with events like tornadoes, and I'll be doing hurricane season, of course, this year too. I try to focus on severe weather. I don't have a lot of time to do crazy, just normal forecasts for regions of the world. I post a lot of the Storm Prediction Center by the National Weather Service whenever we're about to have a severe weather outbreak, like yesterday and today. We've had severe weather outbreaks. I didn't stream yesterday, but I streamed today. Whenever we have those, I post those on the Instagram page. I post the maps, and I talk a little bit about what's to be expected. And you can see those can be very useful. They're normally very accurate. So on Friday, but even Friday evening, we were pretty confident that most of Arkansas, particularly northern Arkansas, was going to see the worst of this severe weather outbreak today. So if you follow us on Instagram, things like this are not really a surprise. Most people find out about these the day of, and this, oh shoot, there's tornado warning. We got a tornado watch. But you follow us on Instagram, and you can just get those brief posts that tell you a little bit about what's coming. And if you choose, if you're in that area and you want to follow us, I do post on the story on Instagram to let people know when we're live. So today, once I started the stream, I posted on there, and I just said I was live. I have a link to our page in the bio of our Instagram to easily jump over here and follow us on live stream. So if you're in the severe weather area, you can always use Instagram as a tool to get us quickly. It's not only YouTube. I know we're still small right now, so it's hard to pick us out, but that's a good way to keep us on the front page. It's an easy way to share us with your friends, to like and share our posts, and that way more and more people can get severe weather updates for their region, especially people who live in the Dixie Alley and Tornado Alleys, who may not have time to do it themselves. We're trying to create a useful tool without all the fluff of Weather Channel and your local news and all this other junk. We're here for one reason, and that is to warn people about severe and life-threatening weather. So I appreciate you all coming out and watching the stream. Stay tuned for more. We're going to be up for a little while longer. Currently, right now, we do not have any tornado warnings. They were canceled as I expected. We do have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. 2 of which are in Arkansas. One of those new ones is there in Missouri, and we do have the one in Spencer County there in Indiana, just east of Evansville, which you should be able to see on your screen. That's the most that's going on right now. I expect this to kind of die down for a little while. We could see some stuff overnight, and tomorrow this is going to move into the foothills of Appalachia where I'm from, and so we may see a stream restart in the morning if we do shut down tonight, just because I want to be able to keep track of this myself. I'll be at work through Monday, but as you know, I always don't. It's really easy for me to just pull up our YouTube channel and actually just pull it up and see the live radar and see exactly what's going on. It's a lot easier than to go into any sort of weather app that I have and dig around for the radar and all this other stuff. So this is actually a tool that I just try to use myself as much as I can. It's as much for my benefit as for yours. So like I said, appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. Stay tuned for more.
Tornado warning for northwestern Marion County in north-central Arkansas. Tornado warning for northeastern Polk County in western Arkansas, southeastern Scott County in western Arkansas, northwestern Montgomery County in western Arkansas. Tornado warning for northwestern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, northeastern Newton County in north-central Arkansas, southwestern Marion County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Boone County in north-central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Ozark County in southwestern Missouri, Howell County in south-central Missouri, southeastern Texas County in south-central Missouri. Tornado warning for northwestern Marion County in north-central Arkansas. Tornado warning for eastern Ozark County in southwestern Missouri. Tornado warning for north central Marion County in north central Arkansas, northern Baxter County in north central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Scott County in western Arkansas, southwestern Yell County in central Arkansas. Tornado warning for northern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Marion County in north-central Arkansas, central Baxter County in north-central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Stone County in north-central Arkansas, southern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, Van Buren County in north-central Arkansas, northeastern Pope County in central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for Shannon County in south-central Missouri, Howell County in south-central Missouri, southeastern Texas County in south-central Missouri, central Oregon County in south-central Missouri. Tornado warning for southwestern Shannon County in south-central Missouri, northeastern Howell County in south-central Missouri, southeastern Texas County in south-central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Perry County in central Arkansas, southwestern Conway County in central Arkansas, central Yell County in central Arkansas, southeastern Pope County in central Arkansas. Severe thunderstorm warning for Stone County in north-central Arkansas, Izard County in north-central Arkansas, northeastern Searcy County in north-central Arkansas, southeastern Baxter County in north-central Arkansas.